folks. Happy Saturday morning. We're going to do a little bit of airbrushing here. Work on a couple different things. I plan on being out here a little while. So, kind of mix it up. Not building stuff. Going to airbrush some things. And this one guy that I know was wanting to know how to do some winter vehicles. And so we're going to do a couple of those. Or at least I'm going to intend to do one of those. But we got to basically start from the scratch on them. I think he wanted a yellow vehicle and an American vehicle. A German vehicle in yellow and an American vehicle. So, I am not a garage person. I really don't understand why people like garages so much. I live in Florida, and there's all kinds of creepy fucking shit that shows up in the middle of the garage. There's a bug down here. I don't know what the fuck it is. I took a picture of it. It's creepy as hell. Some kind of beetle. It's like fucking dying. Like, it's got freaking horns on it. If it was really, really big, it'd be like take a shotgun to it. Boom! Anyhow, creepy bastard. I am not a garage person because of that. In the wintertime, it's great, but our state is infested with, that's what I need an RC Panzer. It is creepy as shit. I don't know how to share a picture of it. I'll tell you what, I'm going to show you a picture of it. Look at this bastard. Let's see. Look at this thing. This evil motherfucker. Good God, man. Generally, I don't dislike beetles because beetles move slow. And, like, I hate roaches because they're so fast. And, you know, I'm talking about roaches that are, like, this big. Boom! Anyways. Aussie tourist. No, we don't need any Australian bugs. We have enough shit here. Anyhow. So, I'm off to a little bit of a later start. Make a little bit of background information on that. So I went to bed early. First of all, I was online, just chugging away, and like an hour went by, and nobody had made a comment. And there was like 3 or 4 people watching, so I don't know whether they were, I put them to sleep, or I was ASMRing them to sleep or something. So I went to sleep relatively early, before 10. And I'm like, you know, my daughter needed help studying this morning for one of her exams in Spain, and I'm like, well, I'll just put the alarm for 4 a.m. I'll move my start time early, and I'll just wake up early. And everything was fine until I fell asleep. I woke up at like 12:30, 1 o'clock in the morning. I was up for 2 hours. And I came really close to saying, fuck it, let's start. There's people from England here, I'm sure that'll be on, and just do my show then. But I didn't. I fell asleep, and of course I overslept my alarm, my 4 o'clock alarm. I woke up at my normal time. So I just got done doing the studying thing with her, and that's why. But it's not like I just woke up. But anyhow, I'm awake now. I got a whole cup of coffee. This is my second one. So what are we working on this morning? Well, we're going to do a couple things. I think, anyways, unless my airbrush has other plans, which, you know, you never know if that's the case. So we got these T3485s that we're going to do. We're going to airbrush them in snow. We're doing no, we're not doing all snow stuff. We're going to do these in snow. Okay, we got to prime all this stuff. We're going to be priming first. We got this die-cast Corgi M8 armored car. We're going to snowify this thing for bulge. Okay, and we got some other German vehicle that we'll do in yellow, because we have this one that we're not going to do in yellow. This is the thing I'm excited about. We're going to make this for Tunisia. So I did a fair amount of digging, and thank you. I did a fair amount of digging, and what's up, Tritark? Where were you last night, man? I needed you. I know you were probably towing somebody. So I didn't know what this thing was. And I dropped a couple of posts there on Facebook, and I've concluded that it is a RC tank by Dragon. And it makes sense. Oh, there it is again. What are you doing? People always ask that, and then I always have to, it's like, it sounds like something you would hear in like some, towing someone and broke my nose from a cargo strap bopping me in the face. Oh, that's no good. I'd take it on the guy you towed. So this is apparently made by Dragon. I didn't know that they made stuff, and in typical fashion, they make two tigers, and that's it. They don't make anybody the tigers fight, but this is a legitimate radio control tank. It's got on-off switch there. I don't know that I can tear it apart, but we're going to clip this antenna off because the antenna for the tiger is not here. It's up here. And it's up there, right in the way of the turret. And we're going to do this one from Tunisia. Okay? So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to clip this antenna off. Oh, no, I don't have the radio control or nothing. I bought this for $1. I don't know what this thing retails for, but... Bye-bye. Now, this is pretty cool because this is how all rubber track should be. Now, this is meant to actually drive, and look how easy this thing comes off. Assuming it's not dry rotted and falls apart. And it's actually painted nicely. Too bad I got to repaint it. When are you doing the other radio control tanks you picked up? I don't have other radio control tanks. This is the only one. This is the only one. Oh, and I need to grab some sandpaper and make sure that this isn't. It doesn't look like it's. Looks like it's printed on. It doesn't look like it has any thickness to it. But we're going to Tunisia this up. Oh, I do. Think about it. Radio control tanks I have. This is a riddle? I haven't had enough coffee for riddles. Radio control tanks? I do? No, I don't. Like I needed more tanks. RC Tiger should be ubiquitous in everybody's collection. That's the term that I use. That's the funny word that I use in reference to this thing, the ubiquitous German Jack. Okay. All right. So that's what we're going to do. Okay, so we're going to start off priming, and hopefully we don't run into any issues. We're going to use the one-shot primer. They're very big, named after something that was. Oh, yeah, well, no, I mean, this is literally a radio control tank. Yeah, Goliaths. Yeah, that would be pushing it. Yeah. No time for riddles, man. Somebody, I know you're just working on getting the extra credit on those, oh, I forgot I have this. Yes! What a joy this thing is. And it's already corroded. The fuck? Where's that paint? I don't know. Cheap Chinese parts. Now, the nice thing about having one of these, Ben, say hello. Didn't I just say that by doing that? Don't come on my channel and tell me what to do. The nice thing about having this is now you can fire this thing up, set it to whatever pressure you want, and when you pull this thing off to clean it or change, you don't lose that pressure. So that was kind of an added bonus. That reminds me, I'm going to order one of them holders right this moment, if Amazon has any. Yeah, you want to take a shot at it? Dude, well, that'll save you from having to do repairs. It's just simple. It's almost generic. The coolest thing is it doesn't go in. It just lays like a cradle, almost like a rifle. So it's got, it's not likely to fall off of here. So Anyhow, I figured mix it up. That Check 38 I'm building is taking forever to build it. So here's a thought I had, and you guys would probably disagree with me on this one. I haven't made up my mind yet. In this extra stuff I was given, oh, it's broken. Never mind. I was going to paint this thing up for snow, use it for bulge. I know it's out of scale. A little mobile wagon. Because I've got an aircraft vehicle. No, we're not going to. Let's do something that looks good. Let's do something that looks good. What else do we have? What's this instructions? Oh, walrus. No, we need a German. We need German stuff. German yellow. It's stuff I do for the people that I know. Hey, I don't mind if it kind of works with what I'm doing. I don't mind. I don't have anything yellow here that we want to. I could do one of these Maltesers. You wish you took better care of my RCM18 M48. I got an Opel Blitz truck here that's a pre-paint. Maybe I'll do that. All right, well, we'll get to that. We need to prime some stuff. We need to prime 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 vehicles. All right, I know this is not exciting, and I'm not excited about it either. I'm going to go ahead and put. I'm like, dude, where's all my airbrush needles? Well, there it is. That's the 0.35. We're going to use the 0.35 on everything. I watched the demo of the tank Tunisia, because it's like less than $2. And I don't want to spend $30 on it. I shouldn't be spending $30 on it right now. Let's put it that way. On whatever your game is called. And the Tunisia one looks too barren. I shouldn't bother getting it, or should I get it for... I don't want it to discourage me from getting the other game. It might be a crummier version of whatever it is. What do we have this fired up to? 45. There we go. Get that out. Mixing sticks. I was going to get the Tunisia one for you when you added me on Steam. Dude, I could splurge my own. Is it worth me even messing with, or is it going to give me like a... It's going to look really unpolished compared to the other one. I didn't get a friend request on there. I opened up Steam and I didn't see a friend request. Oh, and you didn't answer my question. Do you think it's worth, when I get the Mias one, to do a play-by-play on it? Because it seems like you could have some really good color commentary. Might be fun to do with Mitch, but he's never fucking available. The guy works when I'm not working. He's got these weird ass hours, man. All right, we got some air here. This is probably dialed all the way down. Okay, let's open this all up. So when you have this opened all the way up, it should react like this isn't even on it. Oh, that's bugging me. That's got to be... vestiges of paint or something. Or is this like a cheap ass part that's already corroded? Man, it's hardly making any sound. Okay, this is, I love that thing being up there. It's absolutely one to do commentary on. There's no multiplayer though, so you'll only be facing the computer opponent. Well, it looks like the computer faces itself. Okay, so Tiger 1. I know I'm jumping all over the place, but I'm excited. The Tiger 1. I'm like, oh, I'm going to do an olive colored tiger. I don't think there's any such thing. It seems like most of them are this color, this green brown, which is RAL 8000 from Vallejo. These are all Vallejo paints. And it looks like there's an overspray on an RAL, I think it's 7008. And you can get one from Vallejo Air. I'm not going to order it. It's pretty close to this yellow green. So I'm probably going to do this oversprayed on this. So it's not a very discernible camouflage scheme, but that's how we're going to do the Tiger 1. But that's when we get into the painting part. So first of all, let's prime. All right, and we're going to start with, do these wheels come off? They do, unfortunately. They do. All right. Do we have any stickum here? I hope. How do we not have stickum here? It's all inside. I was just going to put a little daub on it. No, I guess I'll pull these off. And man, if they come off. Minor hurricane here with a wind. That one's not going to come off. All right, that's fine. Then let's take that one off and this one off so they don't fall off on me when I don't want to. All right, we're going to clip these. These were pre-painted for my, what's the imagination? My African imagination thing. And just kind of painted randomly. And it's time to use them for something. I may, at some point in my life, go back to that. I'm going to pull the 50 caliber out. It's already black plastic. We don't need to do anything other than that. Then dry brush that when the time comes. And does this cannon fall out without me wanting it to? Not if I'm careful. I'm going to go ahead and remove it. And let's go ahead and clip this as well. Yeah, I basically had free reign last night. My wife is not here. She's staying with my mom. You know, 15 minutes away, 20 minutes away. My mom had surgery, which went well. On her knee. She was having issues walking. And that went well. So I've got the morning here. I don't think I'm going to be home most of the day. Let's continue clipping this stuff. How many more clippies we got? Thought about going back to making tanks out of cardstock again. Oh, dear God. You used as a wee lad. A wee lad sounds like somebody's got to go to the bathroom. A lad that takes a wee a lot. I got enough clips for this stuff. I'm going to do these first, and then we'll search, because we know we're going to do these vehicles, and then we're going to search and find out exactly what vehicle we're going to do in the whitewash. And I may not like how it turns out, but the olive drab whitewash will turn out fine, because we've done lots of those, but I shouldn't doubt myself. I'm like, all right. A small boy. Yeah, I know. I'll have to go take a wee. What's that, a small wee? All right, and I have another super glue out here. I never did find out if I left that other super glue in the car. I'm gonna go look at that right now. I had bought some water softening salt the other day. And I think in my haste. Nope. I did get it. Good, that'll follow me inside. Hey, this is like $5 now. Like, but this is the standard super glue. All right. The garbage box. Where's the turret? Are we French now? I've been called worse. Not this week though. Wow, where are we going to grab this from? Well, we'll figure that out. Okay, so we've got... How many more of these do I have? One more. Well, we'll trade these out, and then I've got this. Come on, one more. I've got this that I punched them into. So this packing, this fits in here nicely. It holds it in place. Okay. All right. So let's put one-shot primer. I'm going to use the Abbas Magic Liquids. Abbas's Magic Mix. I used 50-50 last time. I feel like it was a little too watery. A little too thinned. So I'm going to do... maybe a third of this. And I never used this stuff before, so this might actually work all right. I don't know. The Boss thing, I'm thinning everything with the Boss stuff. It makes cleanup a lot easier. I guess I should probably do it like this. I feel like this one-shot primer is better for airbrushing, but not for hand painting. It's more watery for sure than the Vallejo. So what sin did I just commit? I didn't check that this thing was flowing correctly before I went and put paint in it. So hopefully it is, or I'm going to have to pour this out. Me and my bloody mistakes. Oh, that's what the problem is. We're missing a light. Thank you. Don't wake up that creature. All right, let's move this down here. Work right off the bat. Okay. This Abbas guy, man, he needs a big hug. I think he lives in the DC area, so I don't think I'll be driving up there to give him a hug. But so he made this really cool article about how to use this stuff, and as soon as he posts it, there's people who are naysayers. They put like zero effort into it. You don't need to do all that stuff. Like, he's trying to help people out, man. All right, let's start off with the M8. You've used it already, haven't you, Ben? That shit's for real, man. Some people swear by enamel, but acrylic is a hell of a lot easier to clean. Yeah, I'm not. You can go, I'm not putting ketchup on things, and I'm not using fucking enamels. And it's not for health reasons. It's easier to clean. And thinning everything with his liquid makes it even easier to clean it. You know, and it's okay to have opinions, but don't try to change me. I was talking to some guy on the model group, and he's like, "Well, I don't know why the hell you're using acrylics." I said, "Because I've been using acrylics since I found out about them about 1988, and I'm not fucking switching. And I'm perfectly fine with you using enamels. I don't give a fuck. You know, I'm not the one with the small dick trying to convert people. I don't care. You know, you want a prime and white? Go right ahead. Don't try to convert me. Oh, we got to put our body cavity search glove on. We never know where this is going to take us today. Just one should be enough. I don't care about converting people. I'll show you what works for me. If you guys want to use it, by all means. You know, if you want to do something else, this used to be a free country. Do whatever you want, man. I don't make any money. Yeah, bosses, man, you know, he kept me from, I look at this and I'm like, I'm an experienced painter. And to be struggling with an airbrush, when I know people can make really good stuff, airbrushing, that are worse painters than I am. I know it's a different animal, but still, it's pretty frustrating. And it works on craft paint, dude. I told him that, and he's like, "Really?" I'm like, "Yeah, you're that good." And the guy's giving them for, see, the guy's, this is the other thing. The guy's giving the information away for free. It's not like, sign up for my Patreon and I'll give you my tricks. I'm like, I mean, that's cool if people want to do that, but that's not my style. You know, that's too much drama. Like, am I going to retire on people's Patreon? No. So let's just all you know, I've gotten lots of knowledge for free. It's too much drama to do all that stuff. If people want to do it, that's fine. It's just that's not my shtick. Like I said, when this hobby starts causing me too much trouble, I'm going to stop doing it. And doing all those type of things like that, you know, coming up with a mission statement and all that's just too much trouble for me. I'm not interested. You know, that's stress causing, not stress relieving. You need to fix your airbrush just putting it off, like putting off finish painting your miniatures. What airbrush do you have? I was kind of like, I need to get one of these micros to do this super detail stuff. And then I saw a video that people that know how to airbrush use this Iwata HPCS. And they did things that were amazing, that proved I just need to build some competency with this. And the Abbas liquid makes you able to be not have as many jams. Like, I don't have tip dry anymore, and like, tip dry isn't a problem, but it does slow you down. You have an Iwata. Yeah, this thing's amazing. No, literally saw a video. Go on YouTube and watch. Not retarded me do it, but people that know how to use this airbrush. It's amazing. And I don't want to airbrush people's faces and stuff like that. Like, I'm not gonna like be an airbrush painter in that regard, but Yeah, I almost got up in the middle of the night and just like, okay, let's do an airbrush session. Where my Brits at? Let's do an airbrush session. But that would have really thrown today off. So let me ask you this, Ben. Since you live in a country that has a lot of people from those two countries, is there like unrest in the streets? Well, you don't live in a big city, so is there unrest in the streets between the Indians and the Pakistanis? Iwata Neo series, to be specific, the cheapest ones you find at Hobby Lobby. Yeah, that's why I got this one. I'm like, I was having so many issues. I'm like, all right, I don't mind spending 150 bucks. That's what this one cost at Hobby Lobby. I could try it for 30 days. I just want to try it once and see if it solves all my problems. And I was happy with the results. I had already drilled out the barrel on this thing, so we don't have to worry about that. Every time I go into Hobby Lobby, it's shittier though. It was great when it opened, and then they don't have things in stock. They have less and less things that I want there, which is fine. But all right, let's do this and see if we can cover up all these copper things. See how much trouble it causes to cover them. And we've used hardly any fluid at all. We've used maybe 2 centimeters of it. 2 millimeters, sorry, not 2 centimeters. 2 centimeters is a lot. Bad thing is hurting my fucking back. There's unrest between those communities in London and Birmingham, semi-regularly anyway. Hobby Lobby stays well stocked. I get that problem from Michaels. Yeah, Michaels took a dump. Like, COVID fucked so many things. It was almost like it was an excuse to like not keep inventory levels up. Like COVID, I felt like turn stores into looking like we're like in a war on a war footing, where it's like there's shortages of everything, and it's just an excuse to not keep inventories up. And it's annoying, it's annoying that that's an excuse. And everything went up in price, and the quality of everything went to shit. Not everything, many things. Cars, like if you're in the market for a new car, forget it. Them days are over. By the way, this one shot seems to cover better than the Vallejo one. It seems to give it a less smooth finish without being grainy, so that the paint adheres better. If that makes any sense. Now, I don't like that it comes in this shitty little size. It only comes in 60 mil instead of 200. I do need to be careful when I do this so that I don't fumble it. Yeah, it's a discoloration. cheap ass Chinese parts. Clash for Clunkers has a lot to answer for. Let's see what we got here. There's unrest. The Hobby Lobby stays well stocked. I get the problem from Michael's. The one Hobby Town USA don't have one here. Closed down after COVID. That was a sad day. Yeah, it's definitely not a consumer market. We went back when we were going to renew our leases at the Toyota place. This guy that helped us before was happy that COVID happened. It's like, yeah, now we sell everything. And I was like, I don't give a fuck. When somebody gives me some shit when I'm not at work, I just dish it right back to them. And I'm like, you're a consumer too, dude. Everybody's a consumer. And the consumer getting bent means you're getting bent too. Okay, that looks nice. That looks nice. I'm going to go ahead and remove this one because it's pretty safe to do that with this thing. And let's do the bottom of this one. This takes a bit of time to do it, but Clash for Clunkers got so many of the older, cheaper cars off the market, it's caused the current mess with prices. The mess with prices was caused by people just like, we're just not going to produce all these other stuff. I wanted to get a vehicle that was a $30,000 vehicle, which is not an expensive vehicle. It's actually less than what this one cost that I was leasing. And instead of wanting $400 payments, they wanted $800. I'm not paying $800 a month for a $30,000 car. I'm just not going to do it. Well, that's how much things cost now. Well, I'm not going to pay for it. I can't tell you how many times that something's like, well, that doesn't. I go in the store like that doesn't cost that, so I'll walk away without it. I'll even say it in Spanish. Eso no vale eso. That doesn't cost that. Walk away. That's why I use my Spanish when I get angry. That's the difference between cussing in Spanish and English. In English, you're this, you're the other thing, you're something like that. In Spanish, you come from crap. Your descendants are like bottom feeders. It goes way back. You poorly bred, That's one of the differences. You get nervous around angry Spanish. Usually what follows after is a chancla to the dome. She never misses. You need to read George W.'s book on how to dodge a shoe, man. Okay, so this is an old model, right? The running gear on this is beautiful. The wheels look really, really good. Let's see if I can get it. There's some really nice looking wheels. Not even Keanu Reeves could have dodged this. You picked up 2 churro cakes at Aldi's today for 48 pence each. A bargain. Probably leftovers from the Cinco de Mayo event. Why is there Cinco de Mayo in frickin'... You guys don't need Cinco. Cinco de Mayo is a celebration of beating the French. You guys have Agincourt. Of course, you lost that war, but... lost that war at the end. The British had the upper hand in that war for, 100 Years' War. What, the British had the upper hand until Henry V died. I mean, there was some backs and forths, but it was basically in the British favor. English favor, I'm sorry. Of course, when that war started, there was Anjou belonged to the... That didn't belong to the English. It belonged to the Plantagenets. The other French. Plantagenet. Haha. Oui, oui. There it is. There's the oui, oui again. Henry V, the bowl cut king. No, I don't want to mess up my threading on this. Why don't you open up bigger than that? Okay. It's an excuse to import some Mexican food. And survived an arrow to the face, didn't he? I don't know about that. I don't know that he was mauled to the face. He died really early. I mean, he died in his early 30s, I think. I don't know if his administration was any good, but, you can respect the guy. Are we out? Nope. False alarm. You can respect a guy like, or people respect a guy who's like a warrior king, or guy who's good at administrating. But if you're good at neither, you're not going to get any respect, right? Like if you take somebody like Lionheart, right? Richard the First, right? I think he's the first. Okay, he was a shitty administrator, and he was never in Britannia. He was never in Britannia proper, or he wasn't in Britannia much. He was over in his Norman possessions. But you say Lionheart, and people go, yeah, he's a fucking badass. Well, I mean, he didn't, he was a stalemate over in the Middle East, but at least, he didn't like cave or something. But he wasn't a good administrator. But he didn't sit around just, eating grapes and letting his country fall apart by eating grapes. Yeah, well, I'm going to have to watch Gladiator 2 a second time because my daughter said, I can't, if you watched it without me, you'll watch it again with me. I said, yeah, it wasn't that bad. I was expecting it to be horrible, and it wasn't, You just got to expect anything Hollywood is going to touch is just going to be garbage. Kesha Kara with a gold tooth. I'm fine never eating Mexican food again. Tex-Mex fine, but Mexican food? No thanks. Should I mess with that Tunisian thing, or is it so much of a crummier version of the other game that I shouldn't let it I shouldn't mess with it at all. I don't want it to discourage me. And I don't want a game that the graphics are jerky. It's like when you're panning the battlefield, right? You're like, oh, let me go look at this unit. And like, oh shit, I overshot it. So then you come back and like, whoa, I'm way back again. Let me get close. You know what I mean? Like it has those type of issues. What was the game that had that? Hidden and Dangerous had those issues all the time. I feel like Hidden and Dangerous probably didn't run well on any system. Okay. I feel like this dries a lot faster too. You would recommend it. Okay, let's see what we got here. King Baldwin of Judea was a badass, effective administrator, and effective diplomat. Even Saladin respected him more than any other Christian king of that era. Movie Kingdom of Heaven has a lot of things right, but a lot of things wrong too. Well, the first thing is if you're going to make a movie about the Crusades, I'd make The First Crusade. The First Crusade is incredible. It's like you can't write it. You can't. I don't know. You'd have a hard time writing something better than The First Crusade. It's got all kinds of interesting characters. It's got all kinds of treachery. It's got double dealing by every side. It's like perfect. No. They do something that's, I guess, more manageable. The First Crusade is almost like needs to be like a miniseries. But really, when it comes to those miniseries things that are historical, everything pales to Rome. Although I would have preferred if they had done the Sulla Marius thing. Than Julius Caesar Pompey thing. Because Julius Caesar depicted in there, I didn't get the feeling that he was a good. Didn't get the feeling from watching that he was a good battlefield commander. And I don't think that Mr. Hines was the right cast for that. And I don't think what's his name was a good cast either. I don't think Purefoy was a good cast. He's too fucking likable, man. I love Purefoy. And Mark Antony's supposed to be not a very good guy. I mean, he's like a soldier, but that's it. I guess his character wasn't that good either. As far as competency, man, he's got all the fucking good lines. But that's also helped with Purefoy's delivery. Are we actually going to get rain? Man, we need it. You can go back into the... God, that thing's creepy. Too short, just like Firefly. I didn't like Firefly. I'm that guy. I'm the one guy that doesn't like Firefly. Why don't I like Firefly? I'm not a fan of science fiction, and I'm not impressed by. Oh, I didn't put the gas cans on here. I guess I'll put them on afterwards. I'm not a fan of what's his face, the main guy. He seems too corny. Whatever his name is. I know everybody likes him. He didn't do anything for me. Sorry. Firefly's pretty good. Everybody disagrees with me though, okay? Everybody likes Firefly. The only thing I like about Firefly, to be completely honest with you, the prostitute. I mean, she's hot as hell, but she couldn't carry the whole story for me, you know? She couldn't carry the whole story for me. And the guy that plays Jane, right? Isn't that what his name is? Jane? I believe he's the same guy that was in The Last Ship. And he's like a terrible over actor. He might be a nice guy in real life. I'm sure he's a better actor than I am, but he doesn't do it for me. Who does he remind me of? Ian Ziering. He reminds me of Ian Ziering. But yeah, what's her name? That Brazilian girl. She's hot as hell. But, you know, if all I want to see is her, there's other movies I can see her in, you know? But everybody likes Firefly except me. It's the other Kelly's Heroes. And I would watch Firefly again. I watched like 3 or 4 episodes. I just didn't like I didn't like Nathan Fillion in that role. Now, Nathan Fillion was good. You guys probably didn't see this because, you know, you don't have families. I do a lot of family. What do you call it? Not soap operas. What's it called? Sitcom watching. To watch stuff with, because my wife is difficult to watch things with, and you know. But Modern Family, he played a weatherman in Modern Family. He was good in that because he's got kind of that salesy kind of. He did a good job in that. But as a Han Solo type guy, wrong cast. Wrong cast. And everybody probably disagrees with me. He just seemed like a cheap Brendan Fraser knockoff. Why did everybody like it so much? Now, the only science fiction one I actually liked was Babylon 5. Now, I didn't intend to watch that. I had a friend of mine that I game with. And we game on Sundays. He said, oh, Babylon 5 is coming. And I'd watch it with him. And I like Babylon 5. You know, if I had to watch something science fiction. And I've seen, I don't know, 40 episodes of it. I liked it. But you know, the interaction between the guy that looks like the lizard and the Centauri guys, you know, it's got some good interaction between the characters. I liked it. And see there, I like what's his name? The main guy in that. I like most of the actors in that. You know, if you like an actor, you can sit through whatever it is. You know, I mean, if it's terrible, it's terrible. But if you like the actor, so we're watching a show because again, I've got to watch kind of corny things because my wife's like that. A show that we watched the first episode of or two, and didn't grab us. And we've gone back to it, watched the whole first season. It was Only Murders in the Building, and I really, really liked it. I really, really, really. And it's lighthearted. But like we can't watch anymore because like the daughter's coming soon. And we said, listen, you watch the whole first season. We'll wait, and then we can. I mean, it's the first thing I've watched that Martin Short is really good in that I like because Martin Short always strikes me as somebody who shouldn't be around children. I'm sure he's a decent human being in real life, but just kind of, but in that, he's really good in that. So I really like that. So we're like watching something else we're trying to find something else to watch, because, the daughter comes home in 2 weeks and, she's going to have a crash course in watching that to catch up with us so we can finish that, because it got really good. I really, really enjoyed that. It was lighthearted, but it was well, the back and forth dialogue is done really well. And there's a couple of shows that are like that, and I can really appreciate that a lot of effort has gone into, the banter between the different characters is done well. And so we saw this new show that, I don't know if it's on Netflix or something like that, and I don't remember what it's called, but it's kind of, it's all right. It is what it is. I like the 30-minute shows because if it sucks, you don't have to put up with it for very long. But it's some Inuit woman or something like that. Whatever. It just came out on Netflix or something like that. North of North, and it's just a cheesy little show, or whatever. But I watch it with my wife, and I'm like, I came on there, and that one actress I can't fucking stand because she played the Chloe on 24. I can't fucking stand her. Everybody watched 24, right? I fucking hated Chloe. I hated Chloe. She was not attractive and a bitch. Sorry, you can't do both. I couldn't stand Chloe. And it's funny, I started watching that with my daughter when she became of age. Because that's the kind of stuff that she would like, and she didn't like it. She didn't like 24. I'm like, well, you just saved yourself a shitload of episodes if you didn't like it. What I didn't like about 24 is you've got like this group of people looking for this group of people, and they almost cross paths. Like if a fly had farted in the different direction, they would have spotted each other, and you could have just closed the whole thing. But there's too many near misses, and it was like, okay, I'm not a child, right? I'm not 7 years old. Oh, let me change the chat filter. Damn it. The early seasons of 24 were good. Okay, what did I miss? All right, what did I miss here? All right, let's go back here. Surviving the Arrow phase. Get them right. Damn good movie. Wouldn't recommend. Thought the series was good. Firefly, pretty good. Season 21. Early seasons of 24 were good. Season 3. The one where they kill whatever her name that Tony was dating or married to, and they killed the president. That was pretty impressive. I still say that a big reason. No, I'm not going to say this. I'm not going to say it. It's going to come out the wrong way. It's going to come out the wrong way. But it was something was pretty good. A lot of it was pretty good. Now the question is how accurate is that to politicians? Some of those guys always play dickheads. Man, I can't stand what's his name. Man, you got a beef with a lot of actors. I don't know. There's just a lot of guys I don't like. They should be better at it than actors. What's that guy's name who plays in that towards the end? I can't think of what his name is, but he's in a ton of shit. I can't stand him. He bugs me. Where are we? Oh, Tiger. Tiger, burning bright. Yeah, I didn't like how Jack was a stickler for the rules for everybody except him. Like the rules didn't apply to him. And when I saw that last season, which sucked, and I'm like, that terrorist bitch was the one that got killed in the Red Wedding. Yeah, fuck her. I never forget. If you're like an actor and you play somebody who's just like screwed everybody in a previous show, like I carry that like you don't deserve to live to the next episode. To the next show you're in. Lady Stark. God, I can't stand Chloe. Well, I'm taking kind of a risk to paint this thing because this thing's painted pretty, almost like I should just use it the way it is. Maybe add a little bit of black lining and we're good to go. Oh, Dennis Hopper doesn't make a good bad guy, right? He was like this in the first season. He was like this Slavic guy. I know sometimes just kind of catch you off guard. You're like, man, this is kind of a cool show if you're going to do stuff like that. Like, I didn't really appreciate that Jack's teammate, his closest teammate, ended up being in cahoots with the bad guys already in the first episode. However, when I watched the very first episode, and I'm not a police person, I'm not a police drama watcher, but I watched the first episode of The Shield, and the guy kills his partner. Like, damn, anything can happen in this. I actually like The Shield. I watched like 4 seasons of it. I'm not sure why I stopped watching it. I thought it was actually really good. Now, if the guy had not been corrupt, I wouldn't watch it. But, and I'm not a police drama person. Especially if it's a police drama where everything wraps up and gets solved in an hour. Like, that's probably the only police show I've watched. But I don't watch that much stuff because I can't do this while I watch it, you know? So what are you doing? What am I doing when I'm watching television? Watching television? I'm like, okay, well, I want to do something creative. I can't watch it creatively. This is going to be one of the coolest things I've done, or a fail. And I don't think it's going to end up being a fail, because I can always say, fuck this, I'm making it for Kursk, right? I mean, I paint really thin, so it's not like it's going to cover up any detail. But it's an opportunity to do it for Tunisia, because I'm not going to buy a tiger for Tunisia. I got to use a little boy's room. I'll be right back. Yeah, season 1 of 24 had one of those, a typical problem, like the bad guy wasn't bad guy enough. Although the assassin girl was hot, whatever her name is. Been these shows you guys have been like, I don't like this show very much, but I started watching it. Let me just finish it. Like something that's like, decided to watch it and then you're like, when you're done, man, I shouldn't have wasted my life watching that show. Hell, that could be most shows. We're almost out? Okay, now give me an idea about how much more I need to put on. I'm probably going to clean this whole thing out and then put a new batch. That's probably the safe bet for it. Now, a single jam and we consume the whole thing. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and use, this should come off a lot easier because it has the Abbas magic fluid. I'm going to come in here and we're going to try to get all this shit out. And it's still stuck to the sides. Alright. That didn't work. Where's my magic brush? The magic and water brush. This thing's amazing. I assume that yours came with that as well. But because it's stiff enough. And I've put a lot of abuse through it and it seems to be okay. I wanted to go through and watch all the Married with Children's in order. That was a funny fucking show. I loved that show when it was on. And they say worst thing, I think TV is a lot worse now than it used to be. It's very, crude. But people's head would explode if they watched that kind of stuff. But that's the kind of humor I grew up with. That's a funny fucking show. And I like that show because all the characters get ripped on. It's not like one guy's always at the butt of the jokes, Like predictable. I don't like that. I guess if you could write stuff on it, then it's not clean enough. Well, we're going to put the same stuff in again. Time goes by way too fast when you're airbrushing. Let's see, if I wanted to clean this, I could maintain the pressure. It's not like, and just clean it, which is probably what I should have done, but I didn't think about it. Now, we got some paint there on the end, I think, but not much. We're going to go ahead and do this just for good measure. We don't want this stuff to build up and then cause an issue. No, the pressure regulator is this, and your compressor should have come with one. And the trap. This is considered a, let's see, do I still have the package here for it? I hope I do. If not, I'll track down what it is so you can ask for it. It's available on Amazon. I didn't buy mine on Amazon. Give me a second. If the screen goes dead, I'm going to go on my shop app, and I'll probably have a receipt for it. Just a second. Okay, we didn't lose anybody. Okay, we didn't lose anybody. Okay, it's a Grex Erica. I sent you the Facebook. So that's why everybody needs to be on Facebook. I can send you the message with an actual link. That's this actual thing, and it's superb. It's superb, and we're going to use it here in a little bit. But I'm new to it. I've messed with it very little. But now we've got protection on the front, so if I drop it, it doesn't mess up. Okay, I've got protection on the back, so I hit it and it doesn't land right on this right on the end of this and then jam the needle into the nozzle and I can't get it out and then have to replace both of them. You know, I've done a lot of airbrushing even though I've had those mistakes. It's not like I only did it once and I had all these failings. It's like shit happens, you know. And I'm not supposed to be a very klutzy person, but you know, as I get older, I become klutzier. Yeah, get you one of those. That's great. Oh, I should have told you what this thing is. Well, there's lots of options for it, but this one's like all rubber coated. It's almost like one of those things that, you know, you sit rifles in. And it's nice because it has a spot in between the two for this to rest, so, you know, it can't go backwards and forwards. It's like stuck in that same position. It's superb. And I tried using the top. This thing is so tight. The top to it is so tight, it's like not even worth using. You know, you just gotta, you know, you gotta exhibit some kind of self-control and not go, you know. If you hold it upside down, it doesn't work gravity-wise worth a damn. All right, I got the mixture right where it needed to be last time, and we're only running it 22 psi. Before, using this stuff, I would get all the jams, and I'd have to run it around 40 psi. So let's go ahead and fill up the bottom. About that much. I was scared to make a big batch of this, but I'm like, that's the shit, man. That guy's a wizard. I found the holder thing. They also have one that holds 4 airbrushes at once for the artistic monkey, I assume. So I'm a member of that damn Iwata airbrush group, and somebody posted, I tried to find the post again, where they had bought like a multi-pack of 20 airbrushes. Why would you buy 20 airbrushes? Unless you have a battalion. Maybe you're in Sri Lanka and you're airbrushing things for people. But like, I don't see ever having to buy a second airbrush of the same one. Like, why? You know, we'll never need a micro. First of all, micros are $500 fucking dollars. And I'm like, this can do things that I'm not good enough for a micro. You know, I'm not looking for things to spend money on. Like, I'm good enough for those Winsor and Newton $30 brushes. I don't own a single one. I don't need them. There's some peace of mind in making sane money choices. I didn't say that correctly, but you know what I mean. You got to be frugal where you can be frugal. Because stuff's going to happen like, you know, oh shit, I need tires on my car. Well, all I have money is to buy the Ching Chang Chun crappy tire. No, you need good tires. So try to be frugal on things that you can. That's my philosophy anyways. Or not, it's your life. But why you need 20 airbrushes? Like, you expecting like an airbrush Armageddon or something? Look at that, right off the bat. Finally! I'm finally getting to use you for all you're worth. Thank you to Abbas. All hail Abbas. Brilliant guy. And I don't know, maybe he tried a million different things. Maybe he's an experience, like, I don't know shit about airbrushing because I've only been airbrushing for a couple of years. I gotta figure out what I'm gonna do with the. I gotta do a count on the stuff for the Shermans because I think I don't have the backs for any of the other Shermans, which means I'm gonna have to buy an Airfix Sherman. I don't want an Amazon one; they're not worth $10, and make the back plate out of sheet styrene to make the other 3. I guess we'll just have to hold this. Something moved. I didn't like that. I was holding this piece and it. There's a screw in there, but I don't think I can get to it. Some funky angle. I don't need to tear it apart. Why do you prime in black? Mind your own business. Because if I miss a shadow, it's black. It's funny how many layers of paint I use and how thin the layers are. Yay, we got a second like. I can live now. I don't worry about the algorithm too much. I just want there to be some people online so I can interact with them, that's all. I don't want to do this by myself. Funny, I'd like to do this socially. At work, I'm fine. I'm fine being by myself. Like, leave me alone. It's amazing how little mess this makes. When the airbrush is working properly, you don't make a lot of mess. I had to use water and dust this thing off because there was some, wherever this had been sitting like in a garage or something, and it had been sunny side up the whole time. And not only was there dust, but it was like baked on here. So some dust came off easily, some didn't. But this is not a Tiger 1E, this is a Tiger 1 H1. Which, just like the Panther, it used a letter farther down the alphabet to denote an earlier vehicle. Another reason the Germans lost the war. Good thing. F4 is a collapse. F4 is a collapse. What's up, man? Happy Saturday. Beer. We're not drinking beer. Beer's a good way to not get things done. I'm gonna have a Fresca, but I'm gonna show you these guys. So this is some stuff my wife got. And this stuff's fucking amazing. It's called Sparkling Ice, and zero sugar with vitamins and antioxidants. Yeah, whatever. Classic lemonade. This shit is amazing. This is really, really good. You think, oh, it's just one of them flavored waters. Well, it has enough flavor that it's good, but the Fresca's better. Just airbrushing away. So the nice thing about it being a rainy day, about this time I wouldn't be able to airbrush because the sun would be coming in right here and be right in my face and I'd be blinded. You know. Little early for a drink. I don't drink. I basically don't drink. Like if you're coming over and we're going to talk hobbies, I'll have a drink. But if I'm working on my hobby, I don't need a drink. I basically don't drink. I don't have anything against it. It just makes me sleepy. I don't like somebody telling me I can't have a drink, but I basically don't drink. I like to talk about it though. And I could have a drink, but then I'd sip on it for an hour, you know? Like, it's the idea of it. You like getting a good buzz. It seems like every time I get a buzz, I have to pay for it with like a mild headache, and it's not worth it. I've gotten really good at having a drink and not getting a buzz. Like still being able to drive, you know? It's just not that important of it. And if I am going to have a drink, let's have one now, not late in the evening. And then I go to sleep and I call it a dehydration headache. I probably make a mistake and call it a hangover. But my hangover is just you get a headache from being dehydrated. But I don't need a drink while I'm having this. I need a drink while I'm at work. This is like stress-free. So a whole week has gone by with my experiment, and I've lost weight every day. But what I realize is, man, if you eat whatever you want, your body wants more. It's like a fucking crack addict. So I'm like, man, we gotta dial some of this down. So not eating as soon as I come in through the door from work helped a lot. Well, I just cut out drinking. I don't drink enough. Cutting it out makes no difference. What am I going to do? Cut down one beer a month? Never had that problem unless I get shit-faced and my hangovers are awful. No, I may have a slight allergy to it. Not enough that I won't have it, but you just got to be mindful of it. Or you just feel like crap. It's a headache. I can't stand a headache. There we go. I heard a cog in there. And beer makes me feel worse than whiskey. I could drink whiskey and be fine. Like from a standpoint of feeling like crap the next day. Scotch even better. But I basically never drink. Ales, meads, wine, hard ciders for me. You prefer ales? Never could stand beer, and hops gives me a sour belly every time. Why do people like hops? Like, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with your taste buds where you like hops? And I'm not saying I can't drink something with hops, but I prefer not to feel like I'm being punished while I'm drinking something. I don't need to drink, like, super sweet hurricanes or something like that, but I don't like that dryness in your mouth. I guess it's just a personal preference. Just like some people don't like spicy food, and I do. Like I said, this is gonna look amazing, or I'll have to fix it to make it look amazing. It's just taking a little bit longer because these wheels move, which I may have been better off like gluing them. It is what it is. I guess I can glue them now. The guy I'm doing this winter thing for is probably like, I'm not going to watch a 4-hour video. I said, well, fast forward it, dude. Like some people like ketchup. Fuck ketchup. I'd rather have hops. What's worse than ketchup? If it's not super weird, blood sausage is worse. I fucking hate ketchup. And it's funny because I actually am okay with people liking ketchup. I just have a problem with people that like ketchup and hate everything else that's tomato. Like, the fuck is wrong with you? I'm the opposite. It's the white vinegar and the sugar together. If you mix white vinegar and sugar in a little thing and left it sitting there like sprue goo, that would probably make me run away. It's not the tomato part. I love tomato stuff. Good morning, Dan. I like cocktail sauce. Sriracha. And I don't mind mayonnaise, but I'm not going to voluntarily put mayonnaise on something. Like if I'm getting a sandwich and it already has mayonnaise, that's fine. But to ask to put it on there when it doesn't already have it, it's unnecessary. Like I'm already fat enough, okay? I don't need more, I don't need more, I was going to say buoyancy, ballast. Up early in Iowa stand. Probably should have glued these wheels. Probably should do that now. Let's do that now. But this is what I'm saying about when you're working on this hobby. Safe cracker. When you're working on this hobby, you just don't know how long it's going to take. It's all about expectation. Oh. Mother Nature going to get all uppity. Well, we do need the rain. We don't need any lightning, though. Wake up at 5 to do animal chores. Thunder, you guys heard that. I should go back to the high protein, super low carb routine. This is not chunk of weight. I shouldn't be doing stuff like that. I just need to eat less. And I've been, oh my God, it's raining. Hallelujah. God be praised. Animal chores, that's... I'll let you do my animal chores. Animal chores what, like downward dog? Down, down dog, down. Okay. Okay, we got everything. We got everything primed except the yellow vehicle. Okay? And I'm doing this for this guy that wanted to show me how you do these. He wanted some inspiration. So I'm going to do one of these, if I could find one that's, I'm going to do this Opal Blitz. And I'm going to do it in yellow snow. Let me find all the parts. Because I got 3 of these in gray already. Unless it has a freaking window. I hope it doesn't have a window. It does have a window. Bloody hell. All right. Well, I gotta get something to mask that off with. Yeah, just a little Opal Blitzy. True story. We're at a piano bar on one of our cruises, and they have a dueling pianos, and they want audience participation. And they start playing Thunderstruck, you know, on piano, right? And I think that's pretty amazing that these guys make stuff sound like they do. I'm gonna do the Maltier. I'm gonna do the Maltier. I have 2 of those. It's all together. Let me get some tape and mask this off. And they start playing Thunderstruck. And without them telling me, oh, I guess this one's still screwed in. That's fine. I don't need to. Does this have the rubber track that comes off? Yeah, all right. Maybe I won't do this. Maybe I won't do this one right now. I don't need to create a shitload of work for myself. Gee whiz. I'm not going to take the tires off. We could paint them. Oh, these come off. All right, we'll remove those. So they start playing Thunderstruck. And they start going, and without anybody saying, I go, thunder, as high as I could. And it's like, freaking everybody just busted out laughing. I'm like, I've been waiting my whole life to do that. Good times. Those guys are really, really talented. People that can just hear something and just kind of wing it. I think that everybody, has that ability. It just depends on what it is that you use it for. Like for me, it would be like painting stuff. Like I could just kind of wing colors, or, you know, like what color would I use for that? And, you know, and turn out pretty well. I think everybody's got that kind of ability. Mine's definitely not musical. I'm going to leave it back on this one. Okay. We need to get something to, this side mirror too? Well, can't I just bust this out and remove it? That would be a lot easier. And then we put it on afterwards. Even if we got to break it, I would break you. Yeah, that's the good rain. Kind of thin. And bloody rivets. We're just going to let me get some Let me get some tape. I don't have any out here, do I? No. I'll be right back. And the best thing about AC/DC is you could like make up words or just like make up shit that's not even words and sing along. Rocky IV reference? Well, I've never seen it, but yeah. I want to watch a boxing movie. All right. Let's see if we can do that. Well, first of all, let's take my glove off so I can have some tactileness to it. Man, it got hot. Had a friend who would imitate Angus Young from AC/DC pretty good if you got him loosened up with drinks and killed it at karaoke. A farm full of small and large friends to feed and take care of every day. Well, are you retired? Because I can't imagine like having, I mean, unless that's your job. I know somebody that worked on a farm up north, and then they had enough, and they don't work on it anymore. Well, now they're a chicken farmer. Man, I don't even want to pick up dog poop. Well, I don't have a dog, so I shouldn't have to pick up dog poop. If I'm picking up dog poop, somebody else didn't do their job. Let's put the readers on. Let's put the super readers on. If he was still around and played around with the AI, he could make some epic parodies. Yeah, a lot of that stuff takes a lot of effort. A lot of effort to do that AI stuff. I like the idea of AI, but I don't like the idea of AI because it starts like you start questioning everything. Like, is nothing sacred, you know? Like, is this really the case? Come on, it doesn't have to be perfect. Because I could just use hand sanitizer and take that paint off. If I got some on the window. Mother Nature's on the rag. Dun, 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 dun. Nobody says, man, I miss thunder. This is a vehicle I got for a whole $1. I bought that for $1. I need to see that movie again. I remember watching that. I was like, man, this is a gory fucking movie. Probably watching it, I'm like, man, what a clown show. That went pretty well. Bloody dust. You like thunder? Oh, no. Comes with lightning. I hate lightning. I like communists more than, well, maybe not. They smell better. Wait, no. That doesn't work. But this probably is quicker than trying to remove that plastic and not damage anything. And I don't mind the plastic being there. I don't mind painting the windshield either, but it's not enclosed. If it was completely enclosed, yeah, I'd just paint over it. But it's like open. I'm certainly not going to make windows. So I don't mind doing this kind of stuff for other people. The video, what I don't want to do is have to make an actual video edited for people. That's like, what I do wrong? Because while I'm doing this, this is more trouble than it's worth. To reconsider. I gotta break it up there too. No. I could just remove the glass altogether. That'd be all right. That'd be all right. You think about this. Let's have a drink over it. Here's what we're going to do. We've kind of covered it. If I get any overspray, I'll clean it with hand sanitizer. If that doesn't work, then I'll just punch out the windshield and then make that decision. But I don't want to sit there and spend, this amount of time working on that. So let's cut this down. So I want to paint that tiger. I want to see if that camouflage scale. I spent a fair amount of time looking at it. Like, oh, I'm doing olive tiger. Oh, there's no. It's a misnomer. And there's not really any olive tigers. Okay, well, what color were they? Okay, that's gonna be close enough, I think. Let's put this somewhere that it doesn't roll on top of my foot. Okay. Time to do morning constitutions and blow up the toilet in frustration. Wow, sounds like you need some fiber, man. Ooh, did I just discover something? No. Okay. All right, so we need to prime this in black. We can lose this. Attach this here. Get rid of that. Click that there. Let's go here. We'll have to move it. All right, I'm gonna go pee again, and then I will be right back, and we'll prime this joker, and then we'll start putting some roll paint down. So the other thing that the live video does is, I mean, if you got the patience for it, it does show you accurately how long something takes. Because you'll watch a video of somebody doing something, and it's like, man, that seems really short. You don't have an idea of how long it takes. And then when you go and do it, it takes you a lot longer than you think it does. And then you're wondering, oh man, this guy's like really quick. And it's like, no, he's taking as long as you are. He's just editing the video. And I'm like, I just don't want to be tortured editing the video. You know, that's time I could be working on hobby stuff. All right, let's put this glove back on. Should just put it in upside down, inside out, but I'm one of those people that can't do inside out stuff. Wearing a sock inside out, I find out about it, I'm like, that's why I'm walking funny. All right. Sehr gut. All right. Now, let's find out if this thing dried up on me. I'm going to go ahead and give it a good mix, just to be safe. Man! All hail a boss. It worked. All right, here we go. Goodbye to this ugly ass camouflage scheme. Are you going to shift on me? That's all the rain we got? It's supposed to be raining like that all throughout the day. I made it rain by washing the car. If I want to make it rain even more, I'll buy some new shoes also. Buy some new shoes and wash the car, guaranteed to rain. Using such little amount of paint. And I could do this by hand. It'd just take a lot longer. It'd be a lot messier. And I probably would have never even gotten an airbrush had testers not been bought out by Rust-Oleum. basically nobody that replaced Model Master sprays. There might be, but they're not you can't just go to the store and get them. You got to mail order them. It's annoying to have some product that goes from like $2.99 now to like $7.99. But I never had a problem with Rust-Oleum spray, not Rust-Oleum, with Model Master spray paint where it's clogged the nozzle or anything. Always able to use everything. It was quality stuff that they had, so I was perfectly happy with them. Marcus should be happy. This truck has an undercarriage. Two hours and I haven't finished priming everything. And it's not that many vehicles. Well, it takes a while to do things right. I don't know, it would have been done already if I just wore a diaper. This is not the fun part. These would have just came in black, then I wouldn't have to do this, right? So we're going to go ahead and take, we got everything, right? Okay. I think we got. Let's go ahead and paper towel, pull as much of this stuff out as we can. Actually, we'll take half of the paper towel. Half of a little part of a paper towel. Let's pull this off. Let's use the technology we have, damn it. Put this over the garbage. That's not a good place for it. You switched to airbrush for primer and base coat years ago to avoid the expensive smell to me of rattle cans. Just need a better, cleaner solution for the airbrush. Well, the stuff that I use is, I forget what the name of the guy is. Is it Barbatos Rex? I don't know if it's, I don't think it's Barbatos Rex. It's somebody else. Red Dragon Hobbies or something like that. And I make my own stuff so that I can't imagine buying airbrush cleaner. That just seems so freaking wasteful. You're wasting money on that when you could be using it for something else. And we got the point. This is all with a 0.35 needle. So the 0.35 needle got us this far. So I didn't need to use that 0.5 that I went and bought extra. Now that we have this a boss's magic formula. Let's see. I guess we're still not clean if you can write trash on it. So let's go ahead and put some of this in, run this through, and then we'll take it apart. And what are you going to do? We got Russian green we got to do. We got the Vallejo for the tiger, and we got yellow for, we got olive drab. We got olive drab that we have to do. We have olive drab, Russian green, and the two-tone gray, the two-tone for the tiger. None of it is going to be really wet. And then white at the end. Let's do the olive drab first. It's the least exciting one. And it's also the first one I painted, so normally what I would do is, at this point, if I was using rattle cans, I would just spray this black. Bam, done. Touch up anything in black. Then I would come in with the paint I was going to use, preferably not this stuff, because this paint is really good. It isn't worth a shit to hand paint with. It's too watery. Okay, we're good. Or we're good enough for me. I'm not going to tear it apart. I got faith. If we have a jam, then we'll switch it out. I would dry brush. I would dry brush this base color, whatever it is. And assuming I wasn't doing a snow vehicle, I would dry brush the base color, and then I would let that dry, and I would come in with my brown wash the whole thing brown, and then I would come in with that same base color again, add a little bit of the dark sand, lighten it up, dry brush again, a little bit more dark sand, lighten it up, dry brush again, and then hit like the edges and stuff like that. Then do a pin wash, do that lightest dry brush again, and bam, it's magic. So it is a lot of steps. The step I like the least is probably the brown wash, because it's drying time. It's going to take a couple, 3 hours where I can't mess with it. I got to do multiple things so that we keep the momentum going. Otherwise, you're sitting around waiting on it. That's the method I use, and I've cannibalized it from different people. Dry brushing is my own. The brown wash, I would have never thought to do that, because I'm not a pro wash person. I'm like an anti-wash person. And it doesn't occur to me to do that. And that was from Sonic Sledgehammer. But I can get some pretty good dry brush. I could get some pretty good airbrush effects with just doing dry brush. And if we're doing camouflage, like if I was doing a 3-color camouflage, I would go ahead and do the 3-color camouflage as it is, then do the brown wash, then come in with a base color like Dunkelgelb and dry brush that, and it smooths the camouflage out. It looks even more airbrushed. if I want it to have an airbrush look. So, okay. The boring ass olive drab first. Fiber had nothing to do with it. Sometimes you just got to take an angry shark to start the day. Okay, well. You have to work today. As long as you don't have to poop at work. I don't know how people can do it. I can count on one hand how many times I've taken a poop at work in 31 years. My body just doesn't need to. I guess I should count that as a blessing. Okay, this is 70-30 mix now. Not instead of like 50-50, which I probably did 70-30 with this. I'm liking this one-shot primer. Now, compared to the other one, it's got kind of a texture to it. And not like 3D, but like you can tell that this is going to grab the paint better. So, no, I don't work this weekend. Next weekend, however. Next weekend, yeah, get bent over. You have some emergencies, though, don't you? Are you on call at times, or? It's okay to work the weekend. People need 2 days off, though. Not having 2 days off, like, you know, I think wars have been fought for lesser reasons than that. I mean, unless you love working. Okay. Put the Abbas formula in first. That seems to work a hell of a lot better. I literally had no jams. Okay, I had no jams and no tip dry. So we're only doing one vehicle in this, so we don't need a whole lot of this. So I'm going to put in about that much. Let's put a little bit more now. Then I'll put a little bit more paint than that. And I used to brag that you can use this right out of the bottle, and you can. You're just going to have tip dry issues. This is just AM Mig olive drab base. And I love mixing this right here, because putting this in another container, making sure you don't tip that container over, and then losing a proportion of the paint on the side of that other container is really annoying. So it's like skip a step, right? So we got our olive drab base there. Let's put that there. Put that away. Make sure it flows. Right off the bat, I'm fine at 22 psi. You like your time off? People who love working volunteer for it all you want. Just don't make me work at the time to the point I get annoyed. Well, you know, the thing is you might actually like your job, but I don't like the conditions I have to do it under. Like being interrupted, being rushed all the fucking time, you know. Like, I don't mind hustling, but man, come in, check an email, okay, turn off the phone, enter that email, whatever that has to do with, turn other email off, you know, deal with it, and then come back up. There's more problems, you know, these people that email you it's like, I'd rather have emails though than phone calls, because the phone calls you just miss all the time. And you go take a leak, that's when somebody calls, call them back, they're not there again. All right, that's enough work. I don't have fucking work anymore. All right, so we're just going to just give this kind of a light overall spray of this olive drab base. Now, this is going to be snow. The only thing I've done different on the snow is I won't come in and give this a brown wash. Okay, I won't cover this with a brown wash and lighten them up. I cover it with this, leave some dark spots, and then come in and then highlight with the snow. Now, there's a bunch of different ways to do the snow. Let's just say we want this to look neat. I don't want a shitty snow job, okay? Let's do some neat snow jobs before we do some shitty snow jobs. Yeah, the one where he just got, the guy's half drunk and he's using a mop, an old ass mop. You did that once, worked 8 weeks in a row with no time off. That made me into a very pissy. You mean not even a day off? No, that's not cool. You might as well own your own business at that point. I mean, if you're going to be a workaholic, you might as well own your own business. I don't think about the place while I'm not here, while I'm not there. I think that's why I've been able to last. I don't take phone calls and shit from it when I'm not there, I got to work on a schedule, so I'm certainly not going to, take those phone calls on the bed. Stop talking about work, God damn it. No more work. Thin coat on this stuff. Just overall, and then we'll highlight the specific areas. And that's why I like the spray paint, and that's why I like the base in black. Because you've got some, and we're still going to do some black lining. Where's the turret? Where's the turret part? Up here? Shitty snow job. Sounds like a Peruvian snowblower. I mean, what's that thing that I heard one of? Peruvian marching powder. That was funny as hell when I heard that. Probably could have paid in my M10s, but even with these 5 vehicles, look how long it took. It took almost 2 hours, basically, just to prime these vehicles. Now, I could have done it quicker, but you can't crash fast enough to win. Never too old for fart jokes. Yep. I like bathroom humor. We all do it. Might as well laugh about it. I don't mind bathroom humor, but when I'm in the bathroom, I don't interact with anybody there. And no, I did not have a bad childhood experience. It's just fucking weird. It's weird when you're doing plumbing stuff to interact with people. I do not have any M36s. I have 3 M10s. Technically 4. I got a Roco one that I don't know what I'm going to do with it. It might be a good wreck. Now we're going to come in. We're going to lay this thing down. Let's see if we can. Now is where we're going to use this. Okay, let's dial. See, I should be able to release pressure and dial this down to about 18. All right, now we're going to do what I'm not very good at, but it's an opportunity to practice it. So we've got kind of an even color, right? So now we're going to highlight, we're going to put more paint. Let's dial it a little bit. Remember, we're going to go over this with white again. Just adding some shadows that we're going to be able to build upon when we do the whitewash. All drab would look better if they did a disruptive pattern with darker greens and some grays. Yeah, it is pretty ugly, but It's an opportunity to give these things character. So if you just leave it like it came out of a showroom, that's not very good. Like that one camel pattern the Western Germans used in the late 80s. So you Western German, you. I think we finally got that out of our system, saying West Germany for everything. And this does not have to be perfect. Oh, I just remembered something. I'll be right back. I need to get a color. I did this on the one snow vehicle and I liked it. And that's this really dark overspray on the bottom. So we'll do that. I think we did that after the whitewash. I can't remember. No, I actually did it before. He was born in 87. I was too young to appreciate the nomenclature then. You missed all the good music. Music isn't important anymore. It's important when you're like 18, 19, 20. You don't remember the world without the internet. You know who hates the internet? Encyclopedia salesmen. I wonder if you can even buy an encyclopedia. I bet you can. I bet there's only one company making them. No, there's probably two. Phone book. I remember my mom was super anti-computer stuff. And then she got used to using web TV. You grew up watching 80s films that mostly had killer soundtracks on them. Yep. Some 80s stuff doesn't age well. I don't mean inappropriateness. I just mean it just looks too freaking grainy. By the way, when you went to the bathroom, did you keep me on or did you sign back in? If you kept me on, I knew you wanted to listen to me when your pants around your ankles. Oh man. All in good fun. You listen to me enough, it don't mean shit. Oh, man. Oh, shut it. Grumpy bitch. No, you clicked off. That would have been awkward. So now we've got something that looks, I don't know if it's even that noticeable. It's not noticeable in these videos, but there's a little bit of shading there. And we're still gonna black wash. And really, it's the black washing and the dry brush after the black washing to get it in place. Because sometimes you'll go like, oh, it's too much in one area, or it's too, and this kind of makes everything work. All right. So this is, we've got the base color of this done. Did we do the bottom? It's probably not necessary. I wasted a shitload. This stuff dries so fast. I'm not putting a whole lot down. All right, I'm just gonna pour it out. No point in running it through the airbrush if you don't need to. That's just gonna create more buildup. And I don't know what the hell this little water brush is on it, but paint does not stick to it. Now, all I know is this takes forever to do. But that's okay. I don't want to do this for one vehicle. That's not long enough. All right, so that's gonna dry. Now we're gonna do the Russian green. And they're all gonna be snow except the Tiger one. If the Tiger one was snow, unless I painted it gray, which then there's a high chance that I have to use a lot of the gray Tigers had a different ammo box back here, a different turret box. Many of them. Well, there wasn't that many to begin with, but many of them did. I would almost have to have a tank with Zimmerit, because by the next winter, which is 43, 44, all the Tiger 1s should have Zimmerit on them. See, that's what I should have done, but I got lazy. Now I need to unfuck the airbrush. Well, I don't know how the Neo is. This airbrush is really really easy to take apart and clean. Kind of like a pistol. You don't want to get a pistol that's like a fucking pain in the ass to clean, because then you never clean it. I mean, for those of people that have pistols. We're going to use Russian green here. 4BO Russian green. But if you try to do some maintenance, and whatever it is that you're doing, you have to fight every time you do maintenance. You're not going to want to do maintenance. And then you don't do any maintenance, and then it turns out, well, bad. It jams on you because you're not doing any maintenance. Now, knowing how much I use there, now we got to do 2 tanks. I mean, this guy's brilliant, man. This Abbas guy is just makes all the difference in the world. It's just the airbrush is working like it should always work. Okay. So you're gonna find out how brown this thing is, because this is very, very brown looking. Let's take all these brown parts. Move them over here. All right. Russian green time. And this one too. And this is gonna be a white vehicle. And this is a lot quicker than the primer, because the primer you got to get it everywhere, especially the hard to reach places. I know you guys can't see it right now because it's not on a base, so all this like this heavy, this overlap here on the track looks like it's distracting and it's not going to turn out well. This is going to look brilliant with this track that's stuck to the bottom. And I actually like that it bubbled up here. It looks like it's not sterile. That's all we're going to do on that one. Let's remove this. Add this to it. Yeah, look at this mauled track. Well, this is the old track from the Eschi, because this one didn't come with a track. What do you mean it didn't come with a track? Well, it was freaking 2 tanks for $2, man. I'll buy that for $1. And I had this spare piece of track I wasn't using. And we left a little spot here. So let's just move this over here. That's the thing about plastic models I like. They don't weigh anything. So you can like grip them lightly with these devices, and it's not like falling. If it falls on the ground, it doesn't shatter itself because it doesn't weigh 3 pounds. So even though I do like the heft of white metal tanks, they're really, really, really impractical. What's up, J. Paulo? Just an amateur airbrushing here. What's this one? Light base coat for other things to stick on. I forget, why don't you like sci-fi again? Well, let's say you like the science, because there's all kinds of different levels of science, right? And I think it's hard to find something that has science that you can handle. Well, first of all, too many things that really happen are interesting, right? And it just, like, I don't read fiction, like, you know, it's just made up shit. But like, let's say for instance, you like a show, right? But then they go and add something that you may not like to it, like maybe it's time travel. That's not the one for me. I had a friend of mine who absolutely hated anything time travel. I think time travel is cool if it's done properly. So like, I don't mind science fiction as long as like one thing is tweaked. Like one thing is like way over the top. Or one thing is something that's, but when you start adding too many variables, you know, like for instance, Star Wars, right? I grew up with Star Wars. If I watch Star Wars now as an adult for the first time, well, I don't watch the Star Wars stuff anymore because now it's just ridiculous what they've come up with, okay? But like Star Wars I like, but you know, because it was as a kid, but like I don't care about the Force. Sorry, I'm not into religious zealots. That's not why I watch it. You know, I watched it because it's like it's kind of like a world war. There's like equipment. There's equipment has different names and that kind of stuff. You know, I don't watch it because of the religious shit. You know, but when you start adding aspects in it that are all over the place, it may appeal to somebody, but some of us it just turns off. Like for instance, the thing I hate: multiple universes. I hate multiple universes. The problem with time travel is the thing I like about time travel, if it's done right, is I like the idea of I wonder what would have happened if I would have done this in my life instead of something else. I think we all think about that and wonder if we made so it's kind of like I like that kind of time travel type of stuff. You know, like time travel done like what do you call it? Back to the Future or even Butterfly Effect, something like that. If it starts getting too like you can't keep shit straight, I don't like it. You know, whatever Marvel does with all their, you know, backwards and forwards and multiple universes, and it makes my head hurt, man. I don't do those kind of drugs where that makes sense. So that doesn't appeal to me. But that's like saying, you know, do I like all historical stuff? Like, no. I don't want to watch it. I heard great things about it. I don't want to watch the series John Adams. It's historical, okay, but it's like all like legislative shit. You know, I don't want to see that. So like not all historical stuff appeals to me. There's a lot of science fiction that makes like choices that are like, I wish they hadn't done that, or sometimes it just takes things too far. I don't know. I'm not the audience for science fiction shit. And the same thing goes for fantasy. I'm okay with fantasy, but sometimes fantasy is just too, you know, fantastical. I feel like whatever I enjoy has to have some reality in it as a baseline. I don't know if I explained that correctly, but I think it's very strange when people say I like science fiction. I mean, science fiction's all over the place. There's a lot of science fiction that's garbage. You know? I mean, science fiction is everything from Land of the Lost to Star Wars, Star Trek. You know, Star Trek I would like more if it was more ship combat. You know, but I don't like their uniforms. All right, we need to take the screen and bring it up. Add some more highlighting to this. But I don't like most science fiction. It takes things in directions that I've got them in mind. Like I don't like Star Trek from the standpoint of I don't like you know, I'm fine with aliens, but aliens have to be done a certain way, you know, like, and I don't like the fact that I know it, and it was done because of the sign of the times of, you know, all the racism and stuff that was happening in the 1960s. But I think, you know, humans should stick together and like, okay, well, we're fighting the guys that aren't humans. Like that's how the line should break. Not like, okay, well, we're gonna deal with the people who look like insects and we're okay with them. And like, no, you're fucking weird. You guys are trying to take us over. Let's have that war along those lines. You know. I think that creatures should stick to themselves. I mean, unless you're into bestiality, which I am not. I've said it before, I'm a human supremacist. It doesn't mean I want to kill animals, but it's like, If aliens landed here and they look completely different from humans, I expect every human to do their duty and join our side, right? Careful, one of their ambassadors is below your table there. Yeah, no, that's a creepy motherfucker. That is a creepy motherfucker. And it doesn't help that he's upside down. God, what the fuck is that? And there's some bugs that are cool. I think stink bugs are kind of cool. They're cute, you know. I mean, they don't spray stink because I leave them alone, you know. I don't go like, hey, it's a bug, let's go fuck with them, right? Like, you're outside in your world, you can, you know, you do your thing as long as you're not destructive. Most beetles are cute. Those little June bugs that end up being dead all everywhere. You know, they're little, they're cute. You don't want to see them under a microscope. Well, you don't want to look at your hand under a microscope either, but we got a nest of birds. It's in our alcove. I hope they don't hatch yet. Well, they already hatched. I hope they don't fly out of their nest before my daughter gets home. That's pretty cool. We're taking videos of them. I made sure they weren't mockingbirds. If they were mockingbirds, you can't live here. Sorry, you have to go somewhere else. Mockingbirds are just assholes. There's like a house finch is what they're called. We looked them up and cute little birds. I don't hate creatures. Yeah, that looks like the face of evil. Could it be Satan? Yep, maybe. A mantis taking residence in one of the ferns. They're creepy, man. Because they'll be like, it's like they fucking know. They're like, and then fly at you, you know? It's like, Jesus, man. Ladybugs are cool. Most beetles are cool. But if I had a button that would kill all cucarachas by pressing it, I'd press it multiple times. I'm not a spider hater. As a matter of fact, we have little jumping ones that are cute. Yes, they're cute. They're little, they're round. They don't want to have anything to do with you. Whatever they're ambassadors. I don't like all spiders. I don't like those big fucking tarantulas. No. No. But there's some cute spiders. They're always little. Okay, so let's see if you could tell the difference between this and this. I don't know. Sometimes this light is just too like it's kicking too much light back. But just something that gives us I think the whole point of doing this is that you have this surface of this vehicle that is not uniform, like it came spraying out of one thing. Certain parts wear differently, and it just adds that kind of sense of variety to it. Don't spill the Abbas thinner on it. That'll be the start of a kaiju film. That thing's creepy, man. As Arnold would say, you're one ugly motherfucker. You've used the Abbas stuff then, right? It's the shit, man. And if you don't want to try it, I got stuff that works fine. Fucking use what is fine. I'm just telling you that this has defrustrated my whole experience. This is just working exactly like it should have been working. turrets. I've been trying to add that modulation to some of my terrain. Still getting the grip of it. I think it's just a work in progress. And it's funny because you'll see, I've seen these people that they'll do things on like 1/72 on the way, or different like modeling sites, and they're like super anal about, I'm going to drill this out and put the little loopholes and all that stuff. And when it's time to painting, one color. Like, I mean, that's fine if you want to do it that way, but it doesn't look interesting. I want this boring looking vehicle to go like, yeah, I want to play with that one because it looks cool. And I don't, and see how I'm grabbing this by the end? You get a guarantee like smoky barrel. Like the smoky barrel is going to happen by itself, except for that one. I got one T34, it didn't have a smoky barrel. I don't know what happened there, but I don't add anything to it. It's going to be one of these days. It's the same time of day all day long. It's okay. We can use some. It came in handy this morning. I'm not looking into the sun. Ready to get jumped on by ME 109s. Gimas. I still got a ton of this paint. I'm not using much paint. We got a yellow vehicle, and then we got the Tiger one. All right. You know, I'm doing the modulation because it helps with control. Like, I need to practice that. And like, I think it serves a purpose. Let me make sure I don't have any messages. No, okay. What time is it? Okay. I probably will not be on tonight. I'm gonna go to the mom's house, and my brother's in town. We're gonna play some dominoes, Mexican train dominoes. Been playing that. No, it's not a war game, but you know, you got to mix it up with the normal people. Not everybody can be as cool as me. What color's up next? Yellow? Fuck it, let's do the tiger. That's what you're here for, right? You are here to watch me fuck up the tiger. Fuck up the tiger, fuck up the tiger, fuck up the tiger. So, some dogs. I can't imagine buying airbrush cleaner. Mr. Abbas, man, they need to give you an award named after you. Well, actually smells good. it's got Windex in it. Windex is a good smell. What's up, Justinian? Just in time for the tiger. All right. So, the Yeho paint is a pain in the ass to airbrush. Crap, I gotta pee again. I'll be right back. I can hold it. I just rather not. Right back. So the tiger of all these ones that we're doing is the only one that's going to have the traditional painting method. That means we're going to paint it, we're going to put a camouflage scheme on it, and then we're going to do a brown wash. All these other snow ones, the other snow things I've done, I did not do a brown wash. I don't think it's necessary. It looks it's all that Coke you drink. Yeah, I'm a Coke head, man. If I drank tea, it'd be worse. I scraped myself on the side of this box. Damn it, man. Insolent box. I do all my own stunts here. All right, so Vallejo paint is notoriously thick. It's great for painting. It's a little challenging for this. So I'm going to use 50-50. And I'm going to try to go light on this stuff. Light on the amount of paint that I'm putting in here. That's enough. All right, I'm trying to use the same amount. You can't do it by drops because the drops that come out of here are very different than that, especially if the paint's thick. Tea is superior. Not like Coke. Tea's superior to coffee, but coffee has a little thing called caffeine. And I'm an addict. This thing dry out yet? No, okay. So put the Abbas formula in first. That way it's almost like it's like a pre-lube. If any of it drips through there, you're getting some lubrication in it before this thing jams in. I have no idea what this is going to look like. Okay, but this is RAL 8000. So this is a late color. And I hope it's not too watery. Let's see, let me put it on something that's cardboard. That's okay. So we're going to overspray this one. All so it's even, and then we're going to come in and do some detailing on some of the other stuff. At your age, coffee serves two purposes: get me started and jump my. Yeah, I don't feel like it does that to me. You must be older than I am. If I drank something that made me poop, I wouldn't drink it. Like, that's like a problem. Like, man, I scraped the shit out of myself on that box on the way out. Oh, more in glasses. I'm being klutzy. The whole mole man thing. Enter the mole man. All right, here we go. This is going to be brighter than the rest of the tanks because those other tanks, remember, they're going to have white on top of it. This is not. This is going to have a darker wash. And it's not going to be the same color as Africa Core vehicles because the Africa Core vehicles are a different, they're a different color brown. And I wanted them to look like they were originally gray when they showed up. It was a Robin Williams joke. I paraphrased, but yeah, coffee has limited utility for me other than waking me up. Yeah, I don't really like the taste of it. And I drink it every day. I don't really like the taste of coffee. But to like the taste of coffee, you got to add a lot of stuff in there that you shouldn't be having on a daily basis. Like sweeteners and shit like that. Sugar is like fucking evil. And I wouldn't be able to control my appetite with sugar. Sugar really fucks with me. You know, we don't want parts that are really, really dark, because remember, we're still going to do some black lining. You got to do that to make things stand out. So I came across this site, and I can't show you where it is right now because I'm on my phone, but I came across this site where this guy had delineated all the Tiger ones that went to Tunisia and what their numbers were. And you could click on the actual tank, and it would take you to a picture of either knocked out or It's freaking amazing. Like, and it might have been just because Tiger ones were such a new item here that they were definitely show hogs. That people would have been like, man, we got to take a picture of that monstrosity. So without spending a week doing research on which particular Tiger I want, I'm not going to paint it exactly like a certain one, but I am going to put big numbers on them that are hollow and white. That's my idea, is to, they're going to be white numbers that are hollow. So just outline white numbers. I don't want the red ones. It stands out too much. We need, there's no point in doing this kind of fancy camouflage and then putting numbers that makes it you can see them from outer space. And this is taking a while because we want to do a good job at this. You want this to turn out well. This boss guy is awesome. This boss guy is just incredible. I'm fine with this color. I'm not so sure about the overspray color. I'm not so sure about the overspray color. So I may overspray it and go, you know, that doesn't look right. I need to make it a little bit darker so it's noticeable. I need to pick up the paper. This isn't going to be the final thing. It's going to have a wash on it, and then it's going to have dry brushing on top of it. So it's not like, oh, well, this is going to end with this. That looks pretty fucking grand. Or as I like to say, it's looking how I envision it to. From everything I read about the water in here. For everything I've read about the Tunisian campaign, though, it seemed like they made a lot of really poor decisions. The Germans did. They made a lot of mistakes. The intelligence just told them wrong shit all the time. Doesn't matter whether it was Arnhem or Rommel or... What method do you use to make winter tanks have that glassy look? I don't know what you mean about glassy, but what we're going to do is we're going to put the winter whitewash, and then when we're done with the winter whitewash, we're going to, because that whitewash, actually, you can make it, this stuff, this washable winter, you can actually like wipe it off. So it looks like it's, I don't want it to have that look. I want it to be like it was airbrushed by, you know, like somebody who gave a shit. And we'll blackline it. And then when we're done with blacklining, I mix some of this whitewash with the base color and dry brush over it. And it looks like, I'm really happy with how it turned out. Really, really happy. Side of the cupola. Leave the end of the barrel smoky. Metal surfaces, when they're cold or exposed to winter elements, look really shiny. I don't know that I did that. I don't know that I did that. I haven't messed with leaving standing snow on it, but I probably will at some point. I'm pretty happy with that. Now remember, I'm going to end up, it's going to have a darker wash on it, and then we're going to dry brush the same color on top. So it's not like, oh, it's not going to look any more this than that. No, it will. And then we'll mix some lighter colors in with this to bring it up. So, and let's just kind of compare. That is this color right here. Okay, so what we're going to use is we're going to use yellow-green for the camouflage. That's the closest color I could find to that RAL 7008 without freaking ordering the paint. Like ordering one bottle and having to wait a week for it to get here. I don't feel like I have to get things exactly right, because at the end of the day, I'm going to add a wash to this. It's not like it's going to end in this color. So a wash is going to fuck with everything anyways. No matter what I do, I'm going to undo some of it by adding a wash. And I'm going to undo some of it by adding a dry brush. Okay, so we're going to take this, we're going to get rid of this stuff. I don't know that I can pour it out. Yep, it's good enough for that. And then we're going to add the camouflage color on top of it. And then maybe be disappointed. If I don't like it, I already know what I'm going to do. I'm already preparing for not being happy with it. Because it does need to stand out. Because remember, after I dry brush this color on top of it, it's going to be even less noticeable. So I mean, shit, I could use like Panzer Gray or something. I don't want to use Panzer Gray because I don't believe they did something like that. But if it was something as dramatic as let's take my own advice. And some of the photographic evidence I was reading, it even commented that they couldn't even tell what that other color was. And there's a lot of different takes on it. I read one place where it said that it used the base color from like the Italian Air Force. So it was like an olive green for the Italian Air Force. And then, no, that's not right. And, you know, trying to decipher exactly what color it's supposed to be in a black and white photo. So there's always there's always some variances to it. Interpretation. Girlfriend's up, time to make breakfast. Is there no ladies that cook for their man on my channel? You're trying to learn important skills, man. She just needs to make an omelet. Hey, whatever works for you. Beware the chancla. All right, I'm going to use very little of this because I'm not sure I'm going to like it. Okay, so this is the yellow-green. And just like that, it stopped raining. Now, hope I don't get disconnected here. I need to look at my phone here for a second. As soon as I figure out how to use it. Come on. No. No. I didn't save it. Okay. Well, we're just gonna wing it. Like some of the camouflage. It doesn't matter. I kind of saw what it was. It didn't go on the roof, which is kind of weird. I don't necessarily think I'm gonna follow that. 50-50. The other thing is adding the emboss formula lightens the color. I've noticed that. So you'll have a color, you put a boss's little formula in there, and the color is lighter than you had it on here. Thought about using that khaki green that I got for the British. It's got a little bit more brown in it. If I'm not happy with it, I'm probably going to add some German camouflage black brown to it, the dark edges. I do need to be somewhat visible. Otherwise, what's going to happen is when I add the wash, it's going to disappear, which is okay. I don't want it to be really prominent looking, but I also don't want it to be like, is that camouflage or not? Okay. And this is kind of the match for it, but it looks like it's an even lighter color than this, and it should be a darker color than this. So, here's where we're going to experiment with using this. This is dialed all the way up. All right, so let's dial it. How far did it go down? 1 turn, 2 turns, 3 turns, 4 turns, 4 turns. Okay. So I'm going to take this. It's dialed all the way up. I'm going to turn it down 1 turn. And it is lighter, but that's the color it's supposed to be. I'm going to roll with it. If I don't like how it looks, I can add it. And by the way, this turning it down one notch seemed to make a big difference. Benjamin, what's up, man? Now, it's not spider web, it's more like splotches. I think I am going to like it. Just gluing some 15 millimeter World War II Japanese tanks together. I bet they're Chiha or Hago. I think I am going to like these. It's going to look like it's almost like in shadows. Buy one of these, Ben. That made a big difference. By the way, I'm running at 19 psi. Chiha and Chiro. Chiro is a is that not a self-propelled gun? I like how fast this dries. I got a couple of Japanese tanks. I got a really crummy Chiro is an interwar tank, still against World War II. Okay, that's the one that's like has a 57 millimeter and it's really front. It's like the one they used in China. I actually like the way that thing looks. What campaign are you doing with the Japanese? What happened? Here we go. What happened? It's really subtle. We are getting some jamming though. Alright, so let me open this all the way up. Nope, we have our first problem. That's good. I don't have a problem. 3 hours of no issues. Mostly doing campaigns in Burma, maybe some island hopping later. Yeah, the island hopping for me doesn't interest me at all. But That's just me. You can do whatever you want. I just don't like everything being all like, it's the naval bombardment. Okay. Let's dial it back down half. One turn. Okay, we're good. We're back in business. I don't know where I'm wearing a glove. Hardly using it at all. I thought I glued these wheels. Well, I'm not too worried about that by the time I dry brush that. That's why I tried to glue them. I was tired of these things spinning like crazy. All right, let's take a step back and look at it. I like it. And it's subtle, and I wanted it to be subtle. That I feel like that color should have been darker instead of a lighter one. I just went with the color matching that it said. So now, yeah, I could fuck with it. That a little bit darker. Let's do that. Let's see what happens. Whoa, shit! What are you doing? I don't know. I might come up with something brilliant. Is that a little bit more of the Boss Magic fluid? Probably added too much of this other color. It's okay. Worst case scenario, I won't spray it. Because we're gonna end up dry brushing the base color over it again. So let me pick a spot by the running gear. This is how you learn, man. You just fuck with things. Now I'm going to try to go over that same pattern, more or less. Why does it help for a view? This is how you learn. You just fuck with things. I guess you learn about STDs that way. No. I don't know shit about that stuff. I came across some something happened in the last couple of years. This just tells you how not with the program I am. And I told my wife, I'm like, we came across something that was an ad or something about flavored condoms. And I'm like, what the fuck do you need flavored condoms for? You know, because you can't taste anything down there. It's like, no, that's it for BJs. I'm like, why would you need a condom for a BJ? You just going around handing it the lollipops. I'm like, I'm not that kind of promiscuous. that's just unnecessary. I'm not from Europe. Come on, man. There we go. It's like drying out on me. I don't know that I made any difference. I don't know if it made any difference at all. I don't know that it made any difference at all. Maybe a little bit. Well, you know, adding more depth to a color is always good. I think it's better. I think it's better. Yeah, I think this looks really good. I think this looks really good now. Because remember, this is going to get a dry brush of the main color again. Ben Blade Runner chat is an unmonitored chat room. Blade Runner chat. You guys like the new movie? I never saw the old movie. I tried to watch it with my daughter, and I waited too long to see it. Okay, I think that's what we're going to go with. I don't want it to be super... Need some on the barrel, too. I think that's going to look pretty good. All right. So now we definitely have too much paint here. Let's pour that out. And then we've got a Dunkelgelb vehicle to do before we get into the snow. And you won't really know. Like every time you take another step, and I really want to do the Tunisian tiger at this point. I'm like, be something different. And people have a hard on for tigers, anyways. I don't. And I don't think the tigers in Tunisia were that nasty, because there's stuff in Tunisia that can hurt them. Like a 6-pounder can hurt a tiger. You know. I think a tiger on the Russian front is a lot deadlier. I mean, yeah, you got some guns that can hurt the tiger, but when the tiger made its debut on the Russian front, like, you're like screwed, man. Even the Kursk, I mean, you got those Verboys that could do stuff to them, but you don't think there's a lot of tigers. There sure as hell isn't a lot of Su-152s when they made their debut. I think they were all only in one unit. But the interesting thing about the tank makeup on the Eastern Front is the Russians clobbered all kinds of stuff together. They cobbled all kinds of things together. All right, Dunkelgelb it is. Let's get our Dunkelgelb base. Not the late war one. Not Portland Stone. Not the Dunkelgelb mid-war, the standard one. That's the Dunkelgelb light. That's the mid-war one. Nope. Nope. That's the late war one. Here it is. Which is really an ugly ass color. It's like shitty mustard. Let's try to keep this to a minimum, how much we have on there. Let's grab Mr. Opal Blitz. Has a lot of green in it. Especially if you do it over black, but it's a slow build up. Remember, this is going to be for snow. Now, I haven't completed I have not completed a snow Dunkelgelb vehicle yet. I've not done one yet. I started to. I got a King Tiger in progress. Ambassador. What else is left? The cab. We go call a cab. Yeah, I overpainted that rear view later, the rear window. I'm fine. Found the fence overpainting the windows anyways. I think this is enough. I think this is enough yellow. Let's dial this down. Another one. Shit, Jesus. as you start layering these colors, it starts becoming more brighter. Now, we're not going to do camouflage on this one. It's just going to be yellow with whitewash. This looks significantly different than the Dunkel Go. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and pour this in here, and it's time to whitewash. Everybody leave for Blade Runner chat. I don't know. Not having seen Blade Runner, even the original one, there's a rated R movie, right? A rated R movie that came out in 1982, I think. When the hell am I going to see that? I don't have any older brothers. By the time I'm able to watch it, it's already an old fucking movie. But doesn't that movie have kind of the same thing as the same undertone of the Cylons, right? You've got people going around that are not human. You know, they're not fully human. Isn't that a current thread to both of them? Whatever the hell they're called. I think so. All messages is up. What's this? What's this up here? Okay. Nope. 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 Okay. Let's blow this out and start doing the. I haven't taken this apart once. Now, I probably should take it apart now. You cut windshields and half roll down side windows from clear plastic from packaging material. Yeah, I have mixed feelings about the whole thing. I don't. I love painting headlamps. I love painting headlamps. Windshields, not so much. It's Where's my clamp here? See if we can lose a part. Oh yeah, this thing is probably because it's so watery. It's funny because in the past, without this formula, this same thing would have happened, but it would have jammed on me. So now, we'll reconnect this. Let's just pull this off of it. It's a lot easier to... That's a blessing, actually. I don't exactly know what kind of pipe cleaners are supposed to be cleaning. Maybe like corncob pipes? I don't know. Yep. Make sure you see light through there. The first problem I have with using the airbrush is you can hand tighten it, but that's not good enough. You need to be able to tighten it more than that. Hold on one second. Okay, sorry about that. Done spray painting. No, we're going to do the whitewash now. Then we'll be done. Let's shut all the way down. All right, so we're going to use this camo washable white. I guess I could probably use regular white paint because I'm not going to wash it off. Let's move the Tunisian tiger the fuck out of there. It doesn't want any part of that. Actually, it can go ahead and go with the, we're going to go inside box along with the 2 tracks. Yeah, it looks, it's going to look good. I wish the camo was a little bit darker, but it's supposed to be really, really subtle. Okay, washable white. And we're going to start with the M8 armored car. This goes inside too. And so does this exact knife. Now, even though we're going to do all the vehicles with this washable white, I'm not going to use we're not using very much of this stuff at all. Okay. Put this stuff over here. This is going to be my work area. I'm going to do the 234s first. Just something real simple like that. Done. Bam. As they say in Russian, nobody got time for this. Undercarriage of this one. Of all the things I'm painting, the one that I'm sure that will turn out the best are these. I've done a couple of snow vehicles and been like, damn, Pete, really, really turned out exactly how I was looking for. So we got a lot of irregular looking colors. We got some browns in there that have worked their way in. Just something like this. Now compare it to, remember we got black lining and stuff to do on it. I mean, I did snow vehicles for the first time not that long ago. And I was so happy with them. I was like, I need to just do snow shit now. Just do nothing but snow stuff. Come on. That's what we're looking like. Turrets. put all the pieces together. Make sure if they all look equivalent, like they belong together. So let's just grab one of these. Yep. Now, we're going to do an overspray of brown, a really dark brown on this side. Put both of these together so you can see. Now, I could probably leave them that way, and some people would, but no. This is just the base color. All right, where to next? The armored car. The M8 armored car. Now, unlike regular paint, this whitewash might actually be whiter on an area that isn't the most raised part, just because you're going to have some wear and stuff. So don't worry about it too much. The whole point is to make it look irregular. But I still like to show whatever the underneath color is. Just something like that. Don't worry about the tires, you paint them later. Cannon. And a turret. That's it, right? That's all the pieces on that? All right, now for the Opal Blitz. I'm going to paint this light. Somebody came in with an airbrush and just gave it kind of a quick dusting. I still want this to look like you could tell that it was yellow before. Now let's assemble this thing and see if we can kind of get an inkling of what this is going to look like. And it looks fucking fabulous. We haven't done any black lining on it yet. It looks fucking fabulous. I have not done a yellow snow vehicle yet. A yellow snow vehicle. And it looks pretty good. So now we're done with the snow. Or are we? We're not. So what are we going to do? We're going to do something I've never done, but I had not done before until I had done these snow vehicles. This batch of snow vehicles before this. And that is we're going to do some pre-weathering. And I used very little of this, and I still have probably half of it. So It's used very little white paint. I could use more white paint. I don't want to. It ends up turning every vehicle into the same freaking color. There's that sunlight I was talking about. So remember, it was a hassle coming in through this window. Well, here it is. Now, I don't particularly care if this next color mixes with the white. We literally have one step left, and it's not on the Tiger. The Tiger's done. The Tiger's done for now. It's on these snow bunnies. We're going to take this SS German camouflage brown. It's a very dark brown, almost like a black brown. And the reason I picked this color is I want it particularly dark because mud, when it's wet, is generally darker. So and we're going to overspray the bottoms of a good portion of these vehicles. Okay. So let's grab, before I'm not able to see, let's grab a 234-85. And you could use it all together. It's not probably a big problem. Incidentally, this is the same color the tracks are. This is the same color that I use as a base for the tracks, so. And we need to do this side on the T345 also. like this. Okay, same thing on the other T-34. Actually, comparing them. And this will just be dry brushed snow colors. The tracks. So that one's done, and this one's done. All right. Then made armored car. Oh, we're out. And then we're going to stop after this. put this thing together. And obviously they need the tires painting and some dry brushing and stuff on the wheels and all that kind of stuff. But it takes no time for these guys to be driving across snowy ground for it to turn into a fucking melted mud hole. We're getting light from all kinds of different sources here. The black line is going to make all the difference in the world. Now this thing that looks great. I've always wanted to do some stuff, not always, but I thought, man, it'd be nice to do some stuff for Cherkasy Pocket. See if I can hold this thing together and do this. I don't think anything more than that. It doesn't need to be crazy. Okay, so that's where we're leaving off at. We got our Africa Tiger, a Tunisian Tiger. We got a snow olive drab vehicle, M8. We've got a couple of 234-85s. And we've got a Dunkelgelb truck that's got the snow camo on it. We're going to clean this thing off, and then we will be done. And when we continue this, we'll be inside. And I probably need to have lunch at this point. But I don't know when later on is going to be. I literally do not have an idea. It may be shortly, it might be a little bit later. I need to see what's in store for me. But I don't expect to be on later this evening. Like in 6 hours. I don't expect to be on in 6 hours. It's going to be till tomorrow morning. But anyways, thanks for stopping by, folks. As always, appreciated. And we're going to take these things to the next step inside with the Tiger's going to get a brown wash. All the other vehicles are not going to get a brown wash. Let's pump this all the way up. All right. Oh, and of course we need all the little tires. All the cutesy tires. pull this back some, and then we can remove the tips. And there shouldn't be a whole lot of buildup on here. A little bit of hand sanitizer will take care of that. Want to leave this ready to go and then come back to it. Four and a half hours just to do this stuff. You see light through it? Leave that there. And now that you've got this thing, now you can just turn this off and I guess. Oh, doesn't do that either. Drain the tank. Okay, and we'll be back on the next one, folks. Thanks for stopping by. Bye-bye.